Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome to this Sunday here on Today at Keeneland. Scott and Gabby with you for the next 30 minutes. We will dissect this Sunday race card. 9 races ahead of us. Cooler temperatures than what we dealt with yesterday, but the sun is shining, and looking forward to another great day of racing and our final Sunday card of the meet for the spring here at Keeneland. Before we wrap up the race meet with 3 race days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And then we've got that Keeneland Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, which will take place right after the races on Friday evening.
Get yourself a catalog. It's also Kids Club Day at Keeneland. All the families coming out. When I was walking in, it was awesome to see all the kids and families that are out here at Keeneland Racecourse. Tons of different activities going on, including face painting. I'm excited to see all the kids' faces painted and all the activities going on. It's going to be a great day.
It's amazing the draw the face painting gets. It never fails.
It never fails. It's always an easy win.
Here at Keeneland,
we're always trying to find that as parents.
Birthday parties. It's just kind of a pain sometimes to wipe off, but it keeps them happy for some time, right? And that's what it's about. Enjoy Kids Club Family Day, and make sure you've signed up for Kids Club membership. Families receive free general admission, a sticker for access to activities, and there's reserved seats for the Kids Club members out there as well. So take advantage of those reserved seats if you are a Kids Club family member, and if you're not, go ahead and sign up. Let's take a look back at, before we take a look back at yesterday, I should say, let's remind you of the Toyota Super High Five. $11,895 in the nightcap. We've had a lot of Toyota Super High Five carryovers this meet.
I'm telling you, those doubles, those rolling doubles have been paying awesome. The Turf Pick 3 has been paying awesome. We have a Super High Five carryover. I mean, man, it's not easy to make money. I mean, if that was the case, I probably wouldn't be here today. But
no, you would be.
I definitely would be here. But
these
payouts have been phenomenal so far at the meet.
Let's take a look back at yesterday. Speaking of a great payout, race number 4, Baraye, Wesley Ward and Johnny Velasquez at 13-1 at Keeneland Racecourse.
I don't ever want to say bet someone blindly, because obviously you need some reasons, but the reason is Wesley Ward and Johnny V, and period, full stop. This horse obviously won at 13-1 yesterday. Systemic Change took the drop in class for Chad Brown, giving him another win, and that's this one for Klarovich Stables, dropping in for that tag, and entered in the Keeneland April sale as well as hip number 61. Here's Silver Knot taking the Visit Lex Elkhorn Stakes, forwardly placed, and honestly at the end of the day it was 2 very different tales with Charlie Appleby's horses. One was forwardly placed out of trouble, the other one horrible trouble.
And Kings Barnes continues his progression now at the age of 4, 2 for 2 at the age of 4. Last year's Louisiana Derby winner. I think a very impressive performance with the professional way that he tracked off the pace and kicked on nicely for Spendthrift Farm, Todd Pletcher, and Luis Saez. Great pick with Silver Knot.
Thank you.
You've become the Lordess of the Lawn. We have the Lord of the Lawn over at FanDuel TV with Simon Bray. You've become the lady of the lawn. That's right. Lady Gaudet. She's back.
I like that. Lady Gaudet.
Jockey trainer standings on this Sunday with 4 race days left. Tyler Gaffleone still maintaining that 2-race advantage. Jose Ortiz, he was down at Oaklawn yesterday. He won the Oaklawn handicap with Skippy Longstocking. Irad 5 off the pace. Saez sitting 6 back. And then Junior Alvarado with a successful meet with 7. Wesley Ward, he's now moved 3 clear. Brad Cox after picking up not only that win with Baraye, but he had a winner later on with Johnny Velasquez.
Yeah, 2 wins on yesterday's card with Johnny V. Brad Cox obviously has some live horses today, which we'll talk about, but Wesley Ward, he's just chipping away there.
Let's go to WKYT for the Sunday weather.
Your Keeneland forecast is tracking a little bit of cloudy skies, but still conditions will remain mainly dry. Right now, those temperatures are going to be stuck in the 50s, so a little bit chillier for our day today, but you still have the chance to go out and enjoy. Just grab a jacket before you head out. Enjoy the races.
Head over to the Keeneland gift shop if you need a sweater, some gloves. Best gift shop in all of sports. I say it each and every race meet, but it's the truth. They just have you dialed in. Some great stuff over there. So make sure you check out the Keeneland gift shop here at Keeneland if you need anything and obviously want to take something home with you.
And it has something for everyone. For the moms that are coming out today, you can buy some jewelry, some scarves.
Yeah,
the fathers, you get the jewelry there too with the tie clips or the ties, and the kids stuff is awesome. There's books, there's clothes, hats. take our advice and go to the gift shop.
John Deere track conditions, fast and firm.
Good. It's a beautiful day.
It is. Fast and firm today. Those are our track conditions. Full card selections. Download the Keeneland Race Day app right now if you haven't done so on your smart device. And in the first race, we've got the 6, who probably is going to be the heavy favorite in race number 1 to kick things off.
Yeah. We agree on the top 2, 6-4 there. And then that takes us to the 5th race. We agree on the 5th race, just on the top selection there with the number 3. Race 8 and race 9, we also agree. So the last double of the day. Yes. Let's do a 1-4 late double.
I think the Chad Brown horse is going to be a heavy favorite in the nightcap, too, that full horse. I think it's going to be very tough in race number 9. Social media at Keeneland Racing on X, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, FanDuel TV. Their X handle is at FanDuel TV. And download FanDuel TV Plus right now. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. You'll have access to FanDuel TV whenever you like. And also FanDuel Racing as we start to get ready for Kentucky Derby coverage, full coverage when it comes to FanDuel TV for that. And obviously Keeneland Race Day each and every day. The focus right now, as it always is during the race meets and even during the sales over on FanDuel TV. But Derby is just around the corner.
Yes, and we will be providing a lot of content for
we will.
Kentucky Derby. But we still have today's program and 3 more racing days next week. I looked at next week. Great racing to close out the meet as well.
Looking forward to it. Looking forward to this featured event, race number 7. It's a race that's now been scratched down to a field of 8 with Queen of Missoula out and Tick, 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 Boom. There's 3 ticks there. Immenstitude, 6-5 on the morning line for Wathnan Racing and trainer Bill Mott. This is a filly that comes in from France, hasn't been seen in 7 months. She's my second selection, making her U.S. debut, and I think she's a filly that this 1.8 mile distance is perfect for her to get things rolling here this afternoon. But I go to the number 10 horse to the outside for Christophe Clement and Blue Devil Racing. That is Kinesi, a daughter of Point of Entry, who's 3 for 12 lifetime. She was third in a synthetic run in March. This was her first race back. She was 12-1 this day, was sitting somewhat close to the pace, going a 1:70 with a pretty quick pace that day. And she's not going to find this quick of a pace here this afternoon. And I think there's a good chance that she can really be even more forward and probably will be in this race. I mean, she's probably the pace setter in here, depending on what Valentina Day does from the inside, but she takes blinkers off the number 1. So I'll go with Kinesi on the front end and her ability to get this 1.8 mile trip, which we've seen twice over as far as wins. She's 2 for 6 at 9 furlongs, 8-1 on the morning line. The Wathnan Racing filly Immenstitude deserves a lot of respect. I would imagine that she'll be the favorite in that race. And then watch this birdie for Ignacio Correas, 15-1 in the Tom Benson last time out, but she's got races that make her figure in a big way against this group, in my opinion. And where will she be placed? I mean, she could be forward. She can come from off the pace. She always comes with a nice run. So I think you've got to trust her. And nice to see Jose Ortiz back here at Keeneland Racecourse with the meet that he's having. So I'll go 10-4-6, going against the favorite a little bit here in race number 7.
I went against the favorite slightly as well with the number 7, Heavenly Appointed. But watch this birdie. She's sneaky. I didn't use her in my top 3, but she is one to consider there, especially Nacho Correas taking the nightcap on yesterday's program. But the 7, Heavenly Appointed, I really like her today. I think when turf fillies get into their rhythm, sometimes they stay in that rhythm, even when they step into deeper water, which is certainly the case today. But we'll take you back to Heavenly Appointed's most recent performance. This was on the 25th of February down at Tampa Bay Downs, and she has a very impressive closing kick here, because look at the 2. The 2 was out there loose on the lead, modest fractions, and she absolutely ran her down. And look at her quickening coming down the lane. You love to see that. That was her 3rd win in a row. What has been the difference? I think she probably just needed time to get older and mature. She's a May foal, and sometimes that happens. And the blinkers on. Yes. She has worn blinkers in the last 3 starts. All of those have been winning efforts. So, I think Graham just kind of tinkered with her and figured out what makes her work, and hopefully she can continue this win streak with Fabienne Pratt. I think she gets an honest pace today too. The one Valentina Day, she's pretty quick. There's some speed to the outside with your filly as well, or mare, I should say. So Heavenly Appointed, I'm looking for that closing kick to win. The 4, Immensitude, for obvious reasons, I'm using her in second. She's the horse to beat in many ways. And then the 8, Girl Named Charlie. I like this filly getting back to a firm ground today because she's been on a soft turf in the last 2 starts, and she kind of looks like she's just getting by on that type of surface. So coming back to a firm course, I think will improve her, and those are the top 3.
Let's go to Tom Leach for more on today's feature.
Immensitude is a bit of a mystery horse here in that she's making her 4-year-old debut, and she's also making her U.S. debut. Trainer Bill Mott's had her for a while, and we asked him why this spot.
Well, number one, she's eligible for this spot. She's got some conditions, and it's the first time that we've run her. She's done quite well since she's been here. She came to us Payson Park like in January, and we just went right on with her, and she's put in some decent works. Most of her works have been on the dirt, of course, and she's a turf horse. We've worked her on grass one time, I guess, and she went well, but she looks good and seems to be thriving.
What kind of scouting report did you get on her?
They just sent her the filly to me. I had no scouting report at all. I mean, the people asked me to take her and see if we'd train her, and I agreed.
Do you have any feel for a type of turf that she might prefer one way or the other?
Well, having run in Europe, generally if they run it several times, they usually run over some softer ground, not real fast ground like we have at some of our racetracks here. Keeneland doesn't happen to be one of them right now, but, I'm sure she appreciates a little bit of giving the ground, and she's won at the distance that she's running in on the weekend.
If you're looking for a price play in here, you might take a look at Flatterby Silly with jockey Corey Lannery. He was aboard when she came off a long layoff and won an allowance race very impressively earlier this year at the fairgrounds.
And so she was coming off a layoff and run a really impressive race. She came from out of it that day, and that particular day on the grass, nothing was coming from out of it. So that was really encouraging. It was a powerful race.
Lannery told me that trainer Neil Pessin was really high on Flatterby Silly after that win in the allowance race, so didn't go well in the move into stakes company, but got another shot at it today.
Thank you, Tom. And just going back to the featured race in Immensitude, Wathnan Racing, we've spoke about this before, but Wathnan Racing, relatively new on the scene. They really started to make a splash back in Europe during the summer months and started to buy some serious horses. Wathnan Racing is the racing stable for the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. So investing quite a bit of money there. They've got some serious runners. It was revealed at Royal Ascot who was behind Wathnan Racing going back to last summer when we were back there. So when you see Wathnan Racing, you have to take them as serious as any when it comes to the international scene, and it's great to see them with horses here in the United States.
Having a U.S. presence for sure.
Let's go to our key races. Race number 9, the finale here today at Keeneland Racecourse. There are a handful of scratches, the 1, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 will go in this race. And Risk Threshold, the number 4 horse, is the morning line favorite. This is a filly I think that will be really tough in this race. I know these turf races, they're not easy races to dive through. You've been the, what would we anoint you, the Lady of the Lawn.
Lady Gaudet of the Lawn.
But Risk Threshold, one race under her belt to ready for Keeneland. This is the pattern to me that you've got to take a look at for Chad Brown, right? Getting that race under the belt at Gulfstream or Tampa Bay Downs back during the winter months, get him primed for Keeneland Racecourse, and here she is in the Klarovich Stables, extremely well-bred daughter of Dabawi out of the stakes-winning First Dam, Priceless, and she's going to rally, end up finishing 3rd from post 1. She didn't break well. Better break here today. I think that is obviously going to move her forward. Her mother, Priceless, Group 2 Temple Stakes winner at Haydock, and beat a good group of horses in doing so back on that day. So I'll go to Risk Threshold on top. Hampton Yard, the high-priced yearling for BBN Racing and Vicky Oliver, the number 3 horse underneath, and then Munira for Brad Cox and Shadwell Stables, training up at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but coming down here to Keeneland. I think a positive sign for the 2 horse.
All right, we'll see what happens there in the nightcap.
What's so funny?
Sorry.
It's winging out there. Yeah, it is. That's all I'm going to look at now.
I wish you didn't ask me that because now I have the giggles. All right, race 8. Let's 2 other than allowance race. 6 furlongs on the main track. Ludwig is the. Do you have something to say?
No, I do want to say something, but I'm going to leave it. I'm going to restrain myself.
7-2 on this horse for trainer Phil Bauer. Phil's horses have been running so well. I mean, just generally speaking, he's a very good trainer, and he has a lot of nice horses. You know, Rigney Racing has really invested in their yearlings, and they've improved their stock over the past several years as well, and they have some really nice horses, and this horse is one of them. He comes into this race off of a layoff. We haven't seen him since Saratoga last year, but I think this is a horse that you really have to consider. He did a lot of dirty work on the front end against Allowance Company in this win at Saratoga. Prior to that, he did go wire to wire, so this horse clearly is capable of showing speed, which I think is key given his rail post position. There is a little bit of other speed in here. I think the 3 could maybe be forwardly placed, as well as the 6 SWOT analysis, but he might just be able to get the jump on the field from that rail draw. So hopefully not rusty coming in off that long layoff. But if you look at some of his workouts, he certainly looks like he's training forwardly, especially that 5/8 workout at Churchill on the 13th of April in 59-3. So he looks like he's doing well. He'll be the top pick. The 9, Champlin? He's also very fast, and he's undefeated. But I always think it's difficult for these lightly raced horses to just reel off 2 in a row, 3 in a row, especially in a race like this with more seasoned horses. Mm-hmm. It's going to be tough for him, but he clearly does have a lot of talent. And then the number 3 horse, Higher Standard, that was a big race for him coming off that long layoff. My fear for him and why I did not pick him on top, sometimes when horses come off that long layoff, they pop with a career best. They bounce like a basketball. Sometimes they do bounce regress a little bit.
Yeah.
So that would be my concern with Higher Standard. But that's a very challenging race. Took me some time.
It is. I'm spreading in the late pick 4, which we'll get to in a bit. I do have Ludwig on top, the number 1 horse for
Oh, that's why you were looking
Racing.
at me.
No, I wasn't. I was thinking of a spice that reminds me of.
We'll probably get to it later today.
Maybe. Safa's Day, winner last time out. He's my second choice, and also powerful. He's one that you've got to really respect for Cortland Farms and Steve Asmussen. They tried to route him. He's a better sprinter. Won the Ed Brown last year or 2 years back, I should say, at the age of 2. But his last 2 races have been good at Oaklawn Park, so 157, my opinion, in that race. Let's go to our Sales Grad Spotlight. Race number 2, Clever Again. Hip number 23, back during the Keeneland September sale in which he graduated from. And Clever Again for Steve Asmussen, Winchell Thoroughbreds, and the Coolmore Connections, $500,000 purchase. This is the second runner for the Galileo First Name. It was the stakes winner, Flattering. $500,000 for Clever Again. Here at Keeneland, Steve Asmussen, he's good with 2-year-olds. He normally waits, it seems, for Churchill Downs when he starts turning them loose in Churchill and obviously Saratoga. And Wesley Ward's got a couple in there, but don't sleep on Clever Again. And they're wantingness to, is that a word? Willingness? That's probably the word. To debut here at Keeneland, knowing what you're up against when we're racing against Wesley Ward.
Yeah, well, if they're ready, run them.
Let's go. So our Keeneland Sale Grad Spotlight there. Clocker report, it's ticking. Race number 2, Clever Again. Right into Clever Again. Worked a half mile in 49-4. It's not a blazing time, but Steve doesn't typically put in blazing times with his workouts in the morning. First-time starter American Pharoah. Good gate workout coming in. Unraced, in company with an unraced Tapicolt predecessor, top rider Joel Rosario, $500,000 yearling, as you saw there, and then Timeless Elegance in race number 3, 47-4. Sharp half-mile breeze in company with a point of entry filly, Proud Mary, who ran, I believe it was yesterday.
She did run yesterday.
Ran pretty well in the nightcap, right?
Sure, yeah.
Just agree with me.
Mm-hmm.
Just act
Second.
like you know what we're doing.
Second.
And so there's our clock report. She did. So race 2, the 4, race 3, the 3. Mark those down in your programs and be aware of the Clockers report. We'll remind you when we get to those races of those Clocker reports horses. Multi-race exotic, late pick 4. We're going to go there first here today at Keeneland on this 9-race card. Starting in race number 6, And the 4 and 7 is how I'll get things rolling. Temecula for Brendan Walsh comes out of that Mr. Skylight race. Mr. Skylight was beaten by the Riley Mott horse on debut. What was his name?
Beeline. He
No,
won the
not Beeline.
Hutchison.
The horse, but then the horse came out of there and won yesterday.
Mr. Skylight?
No, the Riley Mott horse. You've got me all sidetracked. Riley Mott won a race yesterday with a nice colt.
That was the horse's name.
Beeline?
No, Mr. Skylight. He trained both
it was
of them.
Mr. Skylight.
Yeah, he trains both of them, Beeline and Mr. Skylight.
Oh, he does?
He does.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do know what you're doing. I don't. Race
Half
number 7.
Half the time I don't. That's why we make a good team.
We do.
Yin and yang.
We back each other up. Race number 7, 4, 6, and 10 in that turf event at 1 1/8. We talked about that race. Immensitude, Watch This Birdie, and the number 10 horse, Kinesi, who I think sets the pace in there. Race 8, this is where I'm looking for the coverage in this tough sprint race. 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. Higher Standard, the William Cowens runner that you talked about, the 7 horse Powerful, and then the 9 horse Champlin for Greg Foley, who's run some fast times down at Fairgrounds, and we'll see if he can keep it going here today. And in the nightcap, going to Risk Threshold in start 2 of her career. $15 ticket.
There's a Champlin and a Chaplin in today. And I'm obviously looking at the 5th race when I say that, but I did not include Chaplin. Okay, 5th race does kick off the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. This is the bones of the ticket here. I think you could probably have more coverage in the first and last leg. I am taking a stance in the 7th race with my top selection, but in the 5th race, the 3, 6, and the 7, the 3 Demolition Duke for trainer Brendan Walsh, the 6 horse Double Clutch for Rusty Arnold, and then Jefe de Obra is the 7 for trainer Wesley Ward, listed as a gelding for the first time today. 7th race is my strong stance there. I think you can kind of get lost in that race. I guess my strongest opinion is to try to beat that 6-5 favorite, the 4 Immensitude, with the 7 Heavenly Appointed. And then we get to the final race of the day, a maiden special weight going a mile on the turf course. I just used the 2 and the 4. Again, the 4 Risk Threshold looks to be the heavy favorite in there, but also wanted to use that Brad Cox first-time starter, the 2 Munira.
You've been locked in the Turf Pick 3. These Turf Pick 3s have been very, very profitable. Mm-hmm. And we said this to each other yesterday. It's not the first time that we've said this. The $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, best wager in racing. And there's multiple reasons for that. Mm-hmm. The turf races are difficult. The depth of the quality in this race, the prices that you get in these races on the turf course at Keeneland are
the fact
incredible.
That it's a $3 base wager.
And the $3 base wager, which makes you make some strong opinions and execute those strong opinions when it comes to it. Otherwise, the price goes up very, very quickly. Mm-hmm. So $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, make sure you get involved.
Think long, think wrong. That's why these $3 base wagers are good, because you just have to send it in with conviction.
Best angles, race number 3 is where I'll take us first. Turf event, maiden special weight, fillies and mares, 3 and up, 1 mile on the turf course. Segesta is the morning line favorite. That is the number 9 horse in here for Chad Brown and Juddmonte. But she took a giant leap forward in start 2 of her career. And this is the pattern that I'm referring to with the filly in the last race that I'm so high on, Risk Threshold. That 1 race and then second time out for Chad Brown. I think big improvements again here today. And we take you back to Tampa Bay Downs, and she's right there with Keon on her in the green and pink of Juddmonte. She strikes the front, and then she is going to get caught in this race. But the improvement from that first career start to this race here today was strong. And I think that here in race number 3, a replication of this and obviously a step forward go a long way. So I'll play a double with the reduced takeout that we've introduced here at Keeneland this meet from 22 down to 15% in the takeout for all daily doubles. So it simply means more money going into those payoffs. And then in race number 4, I'll go with the inside 2, no show for Kelsey Danner and the Grant Forrester runner Miss Harmonic. The 9 will probably be the favorite in that first leg, but then taking a couple of price shots in the second leg of this double, starting in race number 3 with the 1 and 2 in race 4.
All right. Well, I'm going to stay in the same race, but I see things a little differently with the number 1 Star Annis for trainer Brett Brinkman. And she comes into this race, trouble against a good group and lone turf route. She stretches back out in distance, and that was actually her first race. So she didn't get away from the gate very well, and then she kind of found herself, well, she definitely did find herself way too far off the pace. 16 lengths off the pace after that poor beginning. But she comes with this closing run. And again, it was a strung out field at the end of the day. But I just want to talk to you about the horses that were in that field. Pink Polka Dots. She's trained by Joe Sharp. She actually ran on the Jeff Ruby Stakes undercard on the synthetic. She didn't like it. She didn't run well. But Joe said they think so highly of her, they were going to point her for the Edgewood on Derby weekend. So she's a graded stakes quality horse. Miss Quality Control came back to win. Third place finisher came back to win. When you look at the top 3 finishers, really the entire field, it was a very good group of horses, and she had trouble against that good group of horses. So she's going to be the top play for me. I like the 9 for obvious reasons, like you mentioned, for Chad Brown. She is a must include, in my opinion. And then the 3 Timeless Elegance is the other horse for me, getting back to that turf route where she finished second at Horseshoe Indy. So I'm going to do a 1-3-9 exacta box. I'm sorry, Scott, but if we can get the 9 out of there, this thing's going to pay healthy.
It will. It will. But you're including her, and I think you have to. I think she might be the affiliate. She maybe just hit the lead a little too early in that race, in that look back. And she's an affiliate that's only run twice, so we'll see how she fares today in race number 3. Let's go to Tom Leach. He's got his long shot pick of the day.
We'll go to race 4 for today's long shot play. It's number 1, No Show. No Show drops into Maiden Claiming Company. That's a significant move. This horse has speed in a race that doesn't seem to have a lot of it, and the barn does well with the sprint to route move. So 12-1 on the morning line. Let's try No Show in race 4.
Thank you, Tom. 20 seconds left. We kept it together somewhat.
We did.
Bit of a silly Sunday.
Whew, I almost lost it. Luckily, I got back on track.
You did. Well done.
Well done. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. Enjoy Kids Club Family Day here at Keeneland. When the spring meet ends, summer success begins. Buy, sell, fresh winners, hot prospects. One night, one chance. Finish strong. Don't miss out. The Keeneland April Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale. Friday, April 26th.
Did you know Toyota actually spends $1 million every hour of every day on R&D?
That's in addition to a $39 billion investment to design and build vehicles in the USA.
Made in America means something to Toyota, like over 170,000 jobs and over 32 million Toyotas built right here in the USA.
And for over 20 years, Toyota's electrified vehicles have led the way to a better tomorrow.
The more you know, the more you'll drive Toyota.
Let's go places.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
The energy at Keeneland Book 1 is unlike any other sale that you'll go to.
It is the marketplace.
The center of the horse universe.
It's electric. You can't replicate the urgency that's at Keeneland September.
Quality in quantity. Keeneland September Book 1, every breeder's dream.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes Central Kentucky Youth Orchestra to the Paddock. The Central Kentucky Youth Orchestra is celebrating their 76th season of providing music education in the bluegrass. CKYO provides music education and performance opportunities for over 450 students in Central Kentucky each year through 6 performing orchestras. Dedicated to the equitable access of music education, CKYO also operates 2 community music initiatives, Music Works and Friends in Music, for students in underserved neighborhoods and schools in Fayette County. Today, members of the Symphony, Concert, and Repertory Orchestra trumpet sections are performing under the direction of CKYO Winds conductor Lois Wiggins. Today, Central Kentucky Youth Orchestra, first to present our state song, My Old Kentucky Home. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem. Keeneland is proud to recognize Jane Mazzoni from Mutuals as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Jane. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time now for a check of the program changes, beginning with the track and turf conditions presented by John Deere. The main track is listed fast. The turf is listed firm. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, and also the early pick 5 gets underway. In the opener, scratch number 1, Since You Left. Scratch number 1, Since You Left. Jockey change on the 2, Q Bond, and that'll be Andres Calleja. Number 2, Q Bond, make the jockey Andres Calleja. Overweight, number 3, Crazy Legs Hirsch, the jockey 1 pound over. 3, Crazy Legs Hirsch, the jockey 1 pound over. Second race is where the early pick 4 gets underway. Scratch number 1, Sergeant Caps. Scratch the 8, Johnny Come Lately. Also scratch number 9, Taper's Valor. And scratch number 13, The Toner. That's in the second race. Scratch the 1, Sergeant Caps. Scratch number 8, Johnny Come Lately. Scratch the 9, Taper's Valor. And scratch number 13, The Toner. There is a jockey change on number 10, Happy Flyer, the jockey Axel Concepcion. That's number 10, Happy Flyer, the jockey Axel Concepcion. Third race. Scratch number 4, My Isla. Also scratch the 14, Dream on Stormy, the 15, Stephanie's Warrior, and the 16, Choate. That's in the third race. Scratch number 4, My Isla. Also scratch the 14, Dream on Stormy, the 15, Stephanie's Warrior, and the 16, Choate. Please note, number 13 will run. 13, Ms. Lilibet, draws into the race. Gavin Ashton, the jockey, as programmed. Fourth race. That's the start of the pick 6, no carryover. In the fourth race, overweight, number 8, Sensible Choice, the jockey 1 pound over. That's number 8, Sensible Choice, the jockey 1 pound over. Race 5, start of the late pick 5, also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. In that fifth race, jockey change for the 7, Jefe de Obra. It'll be Abel Cedillo. That's number 7, Jefe de Obra, the jockey, Abel Cedillo. And a jockey change on the 12, Salt Spray, Corey Lannery. Number 12, Salt Spray, the jockey, Corey Lannery. Race 6, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 2, Lake Superior. Again, scratch number 2, Lake Superior. Seventh race. Scratch number 5, Queen of Missoula. And scratch number 9, Tick, 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 Boom. That's in the seventh race. Scratch number 5, Queen of Missoula. And scratch number 9, Tick, 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 Boom. There's a jockey change for the 1, Valentina Day. Make the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Number 1, Valentina Day, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Eighth race, scratch the 11, Bushido. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 11, Bushido. 9th and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,895. In race 9, scratch number 1, Day Dawning. Also scratch the 5, Mo Divine. Also scratch number 10, Dona Witch. Scratch the 11, Miss Lovey-Dovey. And scratch number 13, My Sexy Blonde. Again, that's in the 9th race. Scratch the 1, Day Dawning. Scratch the 5, Mo Divine. Also scratch the 10, Dona Witch. Scratch the 11, Miss Lovey-Dovey. And scratch number 13, My Sexy Blonde. Several jockey changes in that 9th race. They are as follows. Number 6, Lipochrome, Axel Concepcion. Number 6, Lipochrome, the jockey, Axel Concepcion. Number 8, Sister Honey, make the jockey, Luan Machado. That's number 8, Sister Honey, Luan Machado, the jockey. The weight is +1. Jockey for the 9, I'm a Cookie Lover, will be Mitchell Merle. That's number 9, I'm a Cookie Lover, make the jockey, Mitchell Merle. Number 14, Coco Crush, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, the jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. That's number 14, Coco Crush, draws in, but the jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. Please note the 15, Stay Lost, draws in, and the 16, Why Waste Words, also will draw in. Jockeys as programmed for the 15 and the 16. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Sunday to you, Kurt Becker, and welcome to this 9-race card here at Keeneland Racecourse. Perfect conditions once again. Cooler temperatures today, but in the sun, the temperature considerably warmer here. And we've got 9 races ahead of us, Gabby, on Kids Club Family Day.
Yeah, I already saw a whole bunch of families coming out here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. And there's tons of activities, face painting going on. So it's going to be a fun day for those families coming out, and a fun day for the parents as well, who want to maybe place a couple of wagers on these horses.
Absolutely. We'll keep the entire family busy here at Keeneland, as we always do. Our featured event, 7th and featured event on this 9-race card, is a 3rd level allowance condition, and a race that's pretty wide open. And you've got the new shooter in this race for Wathnan Racing and trainer Bill Mott. That is Immensitude. I say new shooter as far as coming here to the United States for the first time off of races at Chantilly in France and Deauville. I think that this filly fits amongst this group, looking at the way that she was running over in France. She's a little bit more forward filly, and the 1 1/8 distance will be something that she can certainly handle.
Yeah, she has a really impressive record overseas. She's looking to pick up where she left off. I also think the 7 Heavenly Appointed, if you're looking for a horse who has recency in the United States, this is one of them. She comes into the race off of 3 consecutive victories. She's in the best form of her life for Grand Motion. I think she's a viable alternative there.
Also in the final race today, race number 9, Toyota Super High 5 carryover, $11,895. Enjoy this Sunday here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses in the paddock for today's opener. We are fast and firm on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. And this race is a starter allowance. They're going to head out to the main track at the distance of 1 1/16. A couple of scratches and changes in here. But the 6, Sitting on Go, is opening up as your 7-5 favorite. I anticipate this horse going off as the heavy post-time favorite as well. He comes out of some performances at Aqueduct, and his last race was at Aqueduct, I think this is a horse that sometimes needs things to go his way. He's been able to close from off the pace before in the past, but I definitely think he's a horse that does his best running when he can go to the lead. And at this distance, especially with the scratch of the 1 Since You Left, I think he finds himself in that position. The only other horse that might be a little bit faster than he is the 7 PH Factor, but definitely the 6 Sitting on Go with the presence of Irad Ortiz junior, he's not going to be too far off of the pace, and I think that's going to make or break this type of performance today. The number 4 Hoodlum is another one that you can consider. If there's a scenario where the 6 and the 7 duel on the front end, I think the 4 Hoodlum is going to be in a perfect spot, stalking from off the pace for trainer Al Stahl. He comes into this performance off of a impressive victory last time out. He did get quite a decent pace to close into, but I honestly thought that he was just much the best against that field. Even when you look at his race back in February at the fairgrounds, a very strong event, and it just seems like Joao Rosario got along with him really well last time out, and he is back aboard today. Pace scenario could favor him in the end. And then the number 5 Faithful King is the other horse that I wanted to use here to round it out, trying to make some money in these exotics, whether it be the Exacta or Trifecta. And this horse is on the board right now at 16-1, Faithful King. Blinkers coming off, and he's getting Lasix for the first time. He's coming out of several events at Turfway Park for trainer Kelsey Danner, but if you look at his races on the dirt, I know they were probably against easier company, but he actually ran figures that could be competitive with this field today, especially going 2 turns on the main track. He actually beat $16,000 claimers and $20,000 claimers at Churchill Downs and posting some decent buyer speed figures for that win. So I kind of like him getting back to the main track today. But the betting public does land on the 6 Sitting on Go as your 7-5 favorite, and that is where I go. That is where Scott goes. Looks like a difficult favorite to get around for today's opener. We're 13 minutes away from race 1. Of course, race 1 does kick off that early pick 5. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Starter allowance, 4-year-olds and up, 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number one, Since You Left. Scratched. Jockey for the 2 Q Bond is Andres Calleja. 2 Q Bond, the jockey, Andres Calleja. Overweight, number 3, Crazy Legs Hirsch, the jockey, 1 pound over. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early. Pick 5. The main track is listed fast, the turf firm, and the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Post time at 7 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Field moving into line for the first race. Quick note, looking ahead to Keeneland's second event. Scratch the 10 Happy Flyer. That's in Keeneland's second race. Late scratch, the 10 Happy Flyer. Scratched. We're just about set to go for race 1. Last horse coming forward, PH Factor. Goes in, first wire at the post, ready to go, race 1. They're off. There goes PH Factor. PH Factor right out for the early lead. Faithful King is there. Q-Bond back toward the inside. Then Hoodlum, followed by Crazy Legs Hirsch and Sittin' on Go, who's wide at the back as they head into the first turn. PH Factor, the leader. PH Factor moves by, drops over to the rail, leads it by a length and a half midway on the first turn. Here is Sittin' on Go. Now Sittin' on Go, 4 wide, now 3 wide around the first turn, but picks up several positions, moves forward into second, a length off the lead of PH Factor. That will shuffle Faithful King back to third to the inside. Crazy Legs Hirsch, fourth up on the outside. Hoodlum is in fifth position. Q-Bond is sixth against the rail. That opening quarter, 24.8 seconds. PH Factor, the leader. PH Factor leads it by a length up the backstretch. Sittin' on Go. Now, sitting comfortably in second, just a length off the lead at the midpoint of the backstretch. Another length and a half then back to Faithful King to the inside. And Crazy Legs Hirsch there up on the outside, taking third by a neck now at the entrance to the far turn. That first half mile went at 48.42 seconds. PH Factor leading it. Sittin' on Go is still second. Now draws closer. Just a half length separate the top two. Gap of 3 lengths to Crazy Legs Hirsch in third. Hoodlum is in fourth. Faithful King is fifth. Q-Bond last of the sixth. The leaders are at the quarter pole. PH Factor has a narrow lead, a half length to the inside. Sittin' on Go is second by 5 lengths to the top of the short stretch. Hoodlum seeks to join them, goes third to the far outside, still has ground to make up, and PH Factor to catch. Sittin' on Go there between horses. Hoodlum is third, still 3.5 lengths away. Coming into the final 16th, PH Factor still has the lead. Sittin' on Go second, a length separate the top two down to the wire. PH Factor, final try, Sittin' on Go. Photo for the win. Either Sittin' on Go or PH Factor for that top spot.
Well, that was an exciting way to kick off the day. We'll take another look at the stretch run. There's the 7 PH Factor down on the inside. The 6 Sittin' on Go to his outside. At this point in time, it definitely looked like the 7 was going to get this win, but it gets very close in the final couple of strides right before the finish line. Take another closer look at this finish, but it is close. Definitely going to let the photo finish decide this one. We'll take a closer low angle shot. 7 on the inside, 6 on the outside. Yeah, I'm not calling it. We'll let the photo finish decide the winner of today's opener.
Photo finish. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race in the photo. Number 6, Sittin' on Go, finished first. Number 7, PH Factor was second. Number 3, Crazy Legs Hirsch was third. Number 4, Hoodlum fourth. 6, 7, 3, 4. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 6, Sittin' on Go, owned and trained by David Jacobson, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Sittin' on Go, 6-year-old gelded son of Brody's Cause, out of Settin' on Ready by More Than Ready, bred in Kentucky by Wednesday LLC. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 46.03 seconds. First race results official. 6-7-3-4, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. This will start the early pick 4. The main track is fast, the turf firm, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In race 2, scratch number 1, Sergeant Caps. Also scratch number 8, Johnny Come Lately. Also scratch the 9, Tapers Valor, I should say. Scratch the 10, Happy Flyer. A reminder, that's the late scratch. Scratch the 10, Happy Flyer. And scratch number 13, the Toner. Race 2 coming up.
Race 2 is up next at Keeneland. It's a maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, 4.5 furlongs on the dirt, and the 2 Dream Away will be the top selection for me. I originally picked the 10. The 10 was a late scratch, obviously announced prior to race 1, so do take note of that if you missed that announcement from Kurt Becker. But here's the 2 Dream Away. She certainly looks like a classy filly there. Or excuse me, the 4 Clever Again on your screen right now for trainer Steve Asmussen. We'll get to the 2 in a minute, as she is your current favorite at 1-2. This filly, she does look like a classy filly. I love the way she looks there in the paddock. She cost $500,000 at the Keeneland September sale last year as a yearling, and she's a filly by American Pharoah out of a Galileo mare. The mare, she was a Group 3 winner for Aidan O'Brien on the turf. And when I look at this pedigree, I think turf, probably long on the turf. So I think it's telling why she is here today. Steve does very well with his 2-year-olds. He's the horses that he brings here to Keeneland during the spring as well, those 2-year-olds always run really well. So I know sometimes we get stuck in just picking and talking about Wesley Ward and these 2-year-old races all the time, but obviously Steve Asmussen does a phenomenal job with his 2-year-olds, and he brings the right ones here to Keeneland, the 4 Clever Again. With that pedigree, I'm very interested to see what she can do in today's debut, and Joel Rosario in the irons as well. The number 2 Dream Away does draw the rail with the scratch of the 1, and she has a beautiful pedigree. This filly by Flame Away, she's a homebred for the Oxleys, and the Oxleys actually were behind the mare as well, Dream Dancing. She's a grade 1 winner on the turf. She actually won the Del Mar Oaks, and this horse is a half-2 beautiful dancer who actually won in the second start. This filly clearly looks like she's been putting in some very strong workouts here at Keeneland, some really nice gait drills as well. We know what happens here with Wesley Ward's 2-year-olds. They're always extremely well prepared, and that's really half the battle with these baby races. Are they professional? Can they get out of the gate well? Are they fit enough? Are they fast enough? And it just seems like Wesley Ward checks all the boxes with these 2-year-olds. I will say, looking at her in the paddock, though, she's a very big filly, sizable filly. That might be a little tricky for her with that rail post position down on the inside. But like I said, all these Wesley Ward first-time starters, they always show gate speed. But surprised to see this filly. She is a big filly, but a big, good-looking filly in the paddock. The 5 Mohair Sam is the 3rd selection for me. He does have a race experience, and he's making his 2nd career start today. He does come out of a race where he faced the likes of a Wesley Ward first-time starter and raised the bar. And this horse did not get away very well. It was also a very wet track that day over the sloppy sealed track, going 4.5 furlongs. Was posted towards the inside that day, post 3 of 12. So I just think with one race under the belt, hopefully this horse can take another step forward. It's going to be my 3rd selection here. But we'll take a closer look at some of these horses in the paddock and report trackside in just a few moments. Race 2 coming up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. The Raceland, a maiden special weight for 2-year-olds Headley course, 4.5 furlongs, main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is firm today. In race 2, scratch the 1, Sergeant Caps. Also scratch number 8, Johnny Come Lately. Scratch the 9, Tapers Valor. Also scratch the 10, Happy Flyer. And scratch number 13, The Toner. Post time 7 minutes.
Looking at these 2-year-olds warming up on track prior to race 2. Here's the number 2, Dream Away, Johnny Velasquez, Wesley Ward. And they won a pair of races on yesterday's program, and obviously Wesley Ward needs no introduction in these 2-year-old races. Dream Away, she's a very attractive filly by Flame Away, of course, out of that Grade 1 winning mare in Dream Dancing. She was a little quirky in the paddock just a few moments ago. She wasn't misbehaving by any means, but she does look like she's got a little bit of sass to her. She looks like she's kind of settled down as she got out to the main track, though, and getting this warm-up in. You can see her ears just kind of flicking around, and she's doing fine. She does just keep kind of tossing her head and whatnot, but physically you can see the size that she has, really good shoulder on her, really powerful hindquarters as well. It's a 2-year-old in a 2-year-old racer for Wesley Ward, so obviously you should consider this one. But I'm going to talk about some alternatives. I was really impressed by the 4, Clever Again. Totally different physical than the 2 here. She's got a very elegant build to her. She's got long legs, just kind of has a very nice stride as she's warming up on the track today. She was also very impressive. According to the clockers, she is a clocker pick, and I just really thought she had a lot of elegance to her, and she was looking well on the track. And like I said, she's got a pedigree that would suggest maybe even going long on the turf, so I think there's a reason why she's here. She seems to be pretty quick, hopefully, today. The number 5, Mohair Sam. This horse is totally different looking than the 4, Clever Again. Mohair Sam is more compact. You can see more of an athletic build. Clever Again is more of a kind of a long, lanky type of horse. This horse is more compact and athletic looking, but I kind of like the fact that he has the 1 race under the belt, and now he draws mid-pack instead of down towards the inside in a bigger field last time out. So all of those factors, I move this horse forward today. And then Paul McEntee, he sends out 2 horses in here, the 6 and the 11. And as I was looking at them, I was more impressed by the 11, Baytown Sundance. Both of these horses have pretty solid workouts coming into today. I just thought that the 11, Baytown Sundance, looked maybe a little bit farther along. And that's kind of surprising to say because this horse is a May foal, so kind of a later foal. But he looks ready to go today at 9-1. But They're all going to have to beat the number 2 Dream Away, at least according to the betting public. As this 2-year-old filly by Flame Away, she is your current favorite at 3-5. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Raceland, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Dream Away goes into the gate. Baytown Beetle comes forward. Here's Mendello. Sackett approaches the gate. Clever again, and Baytown Sundance. Here's Mohair Sam. Money Line, the last one. Baytown Beetle, fractious in the gate. Money line goes in. Baytown Beetle examined, approved to move back into line. Going in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Clever again. Clever again, right out for the lead. Dream Away right there in the opening stride. Sackett comes away running in third. Baytown Sundance fourth. And then Moneyline fifth up on the outside. Mohair Sam comes away running in the sixth position. At a break of nearly 5 more lengths back to Baytown Beetle. 8 lengths back of that one. Mendello is last for the move around the far turn. Dream Away, Clever again, side by side contesting the lead as they move for the top of the stretch. Quarter mile to go here. Then a gap of 5 more lengths to Baytown Sundance, who swings out to the center of the track, but still a distant third behind these top two. Clever again and Dream Away. Dream Away to the inside and Clever again from the outside. They're moving by the furlong marker together in this ongoing battle for the lead. And now Dream Away leads it by just a neck. Clever again is still right there, though. 16th to go. Dream Away, Clever again. Dream Away, Clever again. They remain 1-2 coming to the line. Dream Away, Clever again. Dream Away gets it by a head on the line for John Velasquez. 53.41 seconds.
You just can't beat him in these 2-year-old races. Wesley Ward, Johnny Velasquez on the number 2, Dream Away, down on the inside, but Clever again, and Joel Rosario, he was glued to this horse today. He did not let Johnny get away with anything on the front end. It was 1-2, 1-2 going around the racetrack here. And this horse fights back in the end and makes it really close coming down to the finish. We'll take another low angle look at this as the 2 Dream Away on the inside, the 4 Clever again on the outside. But at the end, it's the 2 Dream Away hanging on for trainer Wesley Ward.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 2, Dream Away, finished first. 4, Clever again, was second. The 5, Mohair Sam, was third. The 11, Baytown Sundance, was fourth. 2, 4, 5, 11, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Raceland number 2, Dream Away. Owned by John Oxley, trained by Wesley Ward, John Velasquez, the jockey. Dream Away, 2-year-old daughter of Flame Away, out of Dream Dancing by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by John Oxley. 4.5 furlongs on the Headley course, 53.41 seconds over the main track listed fast. Results of race 2 official, 2, 4, 5, 11. The official results for Keeneland's second race. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for race 2, the Raceland, to the connections of number 2, Dream Away. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. The turf is listed firm and the rail at 20 feet today. Scratch number 4, My Isla. Also scratch the 14, Dream on Stormy, the 15, Stephanie's Warrior, the 16, Choate. A reminder, number 13, Will Run, 13, Ms. Lilibet, draws into the race Gavin Ashton to ride as programmed. Looking ahead to Keeneland's 9th race. In the 9th race, scratch the 12, Title Tactics. Keeneland's 9th race, scratch number 12, Title Tactics.
Horses in the paddock for the third race here. They're going to be heading out to the turf course at the distance of a mile. The turf course is listed as firm. And here's the top selection for me, Star Annis here for trainer Brett Brinkman. And she is a big long shot right now because of all the money that's coming in on the 9 at 7:05. You get great prices on all these other contenders. And although I do respect the 9, she's my second selection here, there's an opportunity to try to beat her. Maybe use her underneath, back wheeler in the exacta, try to find a price here. This is the price that I want. So, and here's why. Because her first race, she actually experienced a lot of trouble in that race, in the early part of the race. So she didn't get out of the gate very well. She found herself 16 lengths off the pace at one point, and she couldn't make up any ground. She tried to, and she actually ran well when it was all said and done. She finished 5th in a field of 12. But she clearly is a filly that's capable of more, and that's what we saw from her most recent race. I personally don't think that she's a sprinter. Brett Brinkman cut her back to 5.5 furlongs last time out, and she ran well. She ran an improved 4th and showed speed. But I love her getting back to 2 turns on the turf. And for what it's worth, that first race on the turf where she went a mile and a 16th, she went against a very good group of fillies. Pink Polka Dots, I think she's going to be a stakes quality filly going down the road. Miss Quality Control, the second place finisher, she came back to win on the dirt. Third place finisher came back to win on the turf. So the top 3 finishers all came back to win in their next start. So I go to the 1 as the top pick at a big, big price. The number 9, Sehesta, is next for trainer Chad Brown. This horse comes out of a second place finish last time out at Tampa Bay Downs. And sometimes we see Chad really like to use the turf course at Tampa because it does, sometimes you get to the turf course at Gulfstream, you have to be forwardly placed in order to win most of the time. And I just think Tampa is probably a little bit more forgiving and sometimes a little bit more fair. So we see Chad have a lot of his turf horses run there over the course of the winter months. This filly, she ran fine. She probably made the lead a little bit too soon, and she was beaten by another Chad horse in Alimara, and that horse was a European import. She looks to be quite talented as well. So, I think this is a scenario where she's probably the bigger fish in a smaller pond, but I still don't think that. I think there's an opportunity to try to beat her here, but, she obviously is the worthy favorite here. We'll go to the number 3, Timeless Elegance. This is my third selection for trainer Jonathan Thomas, and she's tried the synthetic surface twice. Her best race was on the turf when she went a distance of ground back in May at Horseshoe, Indianapolis, 2 starts back. She, too, didn't get out of the gate that well on that particular day, and then she came with an impressive closing kick. I look for her to maybe sit a mid-pack trip under Jose Ortiz, who's back in town after going to Oakland Park yesterday. Timeless Elegance, I think, makes a lot of sense against this group today. It's a competitive group. Obviously, the 9 taking the lion's share of the wagering at 3-2, the 4 taking some action, as well as the 10 at 5-1. We'll get a good look at this group as they go trackside, and we'll report back in a few minutes on who looks good in this upcoming third race.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Manister House, a maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile over the turf, listed firm, rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 4, My Isla. Also scratch the 14, Dream on Stormy, the 15, Stephanie's Warrior, and the 16, Choate. A reminder, number 13, Ms. Lilibet draws into the race. Gavin Ashton rides as programmed. Post time at 6 minutes.
Taking a closer look at these horses as they warm up for the third race. Here's the 3, Timeless Elegance, and she is that. She looks very elegant on the track out there today. She certainly looks like a 2-turn turf horse, and she gets back to, I hope, her preferred distance and surface today. She also has been impressing the clocker in the morning, as well as she is one of the clocker picks this afternoon. You know, looking at her work tab as well, she comes into the race off of a very impressive drill right here at Keeneland, 4 furlongs and 47 and 4, 9th best out of 104 workers that day. So she certainly looks like she is coming into the race off of some good workouts. And like I said, physically she looks great, and she certainly looks like a 2-turn turf horse. The number 10 is the other horse that I wanted to mention, a first-time starter coming out of the Cherie DeVaux barn. I love the way this filly looks on the track, and she's getting bet. And I have found one thing to be true, that when Cherie's horses take money at the window, they usually run to that betting. And she is taking money, considering that the 9 opened up as such a heavy favorite. This 10 has been taking lots of nibbles so far since this horse got into the paddock, and I just love the way she's been warming up under Joel Rosario, and physically she couldn't look any better. So certainly pay attention to this first-time starter for the Cherie DeVaux barn that's going very well at the Keeneland meet thus far. And if you're looking for a long shot to maybe play the superfecta or the trifecta, I thought the 6 Toffee Apple, she is a compact, kind of shorter looking filly. I just think that she's going to like the turf today. When I look at her physically, she certainly looks like a turf horse. She's the daughter of Oscar Performance. She's a daughter of Oscar Performance, and she's out of a Blame mare. So when you look at that pedigree, it would certainly suggest that she can handle the turf. And she has one really interesting race, her debut, where she closed from off of it and almost won at 24-1. So this filly has outrun her odds before in the past, and maybe she can do the same, as she is one of the longest prices on the board right now at 30-1, but she is making her turf debut this afternoon for trainer Vicky Oliver, and we'll see what she can do. But the field going postward here as the 9 is your 9-5 favorite for race 3. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Manister House. Moving into line, race 3. Toffee Apple comes forward. Speak Up and Claret Beret. Glow Glow moves into line. Ms. Lilibet will be the last one. Comes forward. Last one goes in. They're at the post. They're off. There goes Big Dig right out for the early lead, but Sagesta is moving fast, and so is Life Saga. Life Saga goes now for the lead, starts to move down toward the rail. Sagesta will go second. Ms. Lilibet a close-up third from that far outside starting spot. Claret Beret is in fourth and tucked away to the inside of Glow Glow midway on the first turn in fifth. Big Dig drops back into the sixth position. Speak Up is in seventh. Star Andis against the rail is in eighth. And then Exhilarate outward from the rail off the first turn and up the backstretch in ninth. Timeless Elegance moves up one spot to her inside from 10th. Toffee Apple, then Pashota, who is last. Back up to the front of the field now. Life Saga leads it, and Ms. Lilibet is alongside. Half length separates the top two, 22.83 seconds for that opening quarter mile as they go to the far turn. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Sagesta. Now Sagesta is third against the rail, 3.5 lengths off the front pair. She's got Claret Beret moving up right behind her, Glow Glow to the outside, and then Big Dig swings off the rail, goes to the center of the course, still 6 from the front, 46.9 0.98 seconds to time for that first half mile. Back up front once again, here's Ms. Lilibet right alongside of Life Saga, but here comes Sagesta. Claret Beret is to the inside in fourth. Big Dig a wide fifth. Glow Glow sixth. Speak Up is seventh. Starantis to the rail is eighth. Sagesta comes forward for the lead. Claret Beret behind her. Big Dig center of the course. Speak Up is fourth and still seven from the front. It is Sagesta the leader. Claret Beret dives to the inside. Sagesta center of the course has the lead a length. Claret Beret inside. Timeless Elegance is coming late, but Sagesta's in front. Timeless Elegance is there. Sagesta wins it by a half length for Irad Ortiz Jr.
Sagesta with the win today for Judd Mont and Chad Brown. And she did the same thing that she did last time out at Tampa Bay Downs in that she made the lead really early at the top of the stretch. And at this point in time, it kind of looked like she was starting to lose focus. But jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. really getting after her in the deep stages of the stretch. It also helped that the number 3, Timeless Elegance, was making a late bid to kind of get her back on track. And she holds sway here up to the finish line as your 2-1 favorite, 9-3-11 across the finish line unofficially.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 9, Sagesta, finished first. Number 3, Timeless Elegance, was second. Number 11, Claret Beret, third. Number 10, Pashota, fourth. 9-3-11-10, unofficial. Third race results official. 9-3, 11-10, the official results. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the official winner of the Manister House, number 9, Sagesta. Owned by Judd Mott of Fahad Ben Khalid, trained by Chad Brown. 2 wins today for jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Sagesta, 3-year-old Ghost Sapper filly, out of Antino by First Defense, bred in Kentucky by Judd Mott. 1 minute 35.03 seconds for the mile over the firm turf. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Manister House to the connections of Sagesta. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Today is Kids Club Family Day, presented by Kentucky Children's Hospital. Kentucky Children's Hospital's pediatric surgery team combines expertise and experience with compassion to help put you and your child at ease. Keeneland thanks Kentucky Children's Hospital for their continued support. Please welcome members of the pediatric surgery team to the winner's circle, joined by Keeneland's Senior Director of Operations and Community Relations, Kara Heisenbuttel. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here, and also start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast. The turf is firm, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In the fourth race, overweight number 8, Sensible Choice, the jockey 1 pound over. That's the 8, Sensible Choice, the jockey 1 pound over. A reminder, the fourth race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire.
15 minutes away from the fourth race, which starts the pick 6 today, a mile and a 16th for this maiden claiming event. And we start the conversation off with the number 5, Song Bridge. This is going to be the top play for me at odds of 12-1 for trainer Dallas Stewart. When you look at this horse's 2-turn dirt race, you have to go back to February of last year, but she ran against Comparative. She was distanced behind her, but she still ran third in that field of 6 behind Comparative. And for what it's worth, Comparative would come back to win the Bayakoa this past February at Oaklawn Park. So she, at the maiden level, had competed against graded stakes quality horses. Now, she's kind of fallen off the map since then, but I don't think she's much of a turf horse. I think the Connections tried her on that surface to see if it could unlock some other potential, but clearly that wasn't the case. And I also don't think she's very good at sprinting. So it all comes together for her today, hopefully. Now, stretching back out to 2 turns on the dirt and facing this maiden claiming company. This just seems like the right spot for her. And I appreciate the addition of blinkers as well, because she's a filly that doesn't always have a lot of gate speed. So hopefully this can provide a little bit more focus and perhaps a little bit more speed, now staying at the mile and a 16th distance today. The 4, Colette's Joy, is certainly a horse to pay attention to. She's been facing maiden special weight company in all 7 of her career starts. They tried the blinkers on her for the first time last time out, and it didn't work out. I mean, you have to appreciate them trying different things with her, trying to break the maiden. They tried her sprinting, long on the dirt. They've tried her on the turf. They tried her on the synthetic, and clearly nothing's working. So one more step down in class, hopefully will get the job done. She's 6-1 on the board. And then the 7, Maturity Date, is the 3rd selection for me. This horse is entered in the April sale here at Keeneland on Friday of next week. She's being offered as hip number 21. Looking forward to that opportunity. This filly, last time out, she did not get out of the gate very well. And you look at her dirt races, and they clearly stack up against the competition today. She faced a good group of maidens, 2 starts back in December at Aqueduct over that muddy ground. She's just not going to cut it at the maiden special weight level. So Chad decides to drop her down in class to the $50,000 level. If we look back to even yesterday, we saw Chad Brown, Klarvich Stables. They dropped Systemic Risk in class yesterday, and they got the win. It's just clever spotting here. This is where she needs to be in order to win. If she gets claimed, she gets claimed. Hopefully she gets a win and a claim here today at 2-1. But she, of course, deserves to be the favorite in a spot like this on the drop-in class.
Here in race number 4 in this maiden $50,000 claiming event, I'll take a shot with Miss Harmonic out of the Grant Forrester barn, who's had a productive meet with limited starters this spring at Keeneland Racecourse. And this is a filly by Nyquist, who's going to get an opportunity to get back on a fast track for the first time since her debut at Churchill last fall, where she just simply was not involved. She's come around since then. She's run better races going the longer distance on turf, and even last time out, dropping into that maiden optional 50, she put together her best finish in her career, finishing 2nd that day. In this maiden 50, this is the right spot for this filly, and I think that looking at her, where she's come from at Fairgrounds here to Keeneland Racecourse, and also the fact that she's running against a group I think that she can handle, I'll take a swing with Miss Harmonic here in race number 4 in this first leg of the pick 6.
All right, Scott 9-1 on Scott's top selection, and he uses the 1 no-show in second at 19-1. That exacta would pay quite nicely. So we'll take a closer look at these horses as they go to the post parade. Again, this race does kick off that pick 6 starting in race 4. They'll be heading out to the main track momentarily.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Maiden claiming event, fillies and mares age 3 and up, a price of $50,000. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Overweight, number 8, Sensible Choice, the jockey 1 pound over. Doubled and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. Main track is fast, turf firm, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Post time in 5 minutes for race 4.
The one no-show getting a good warm-up there under Adam Beschizza. She looks lovely on the track today. Ears forward, really striding out in her warm-up. She's 19-1 right now, and a couple of us like her. It's Scott Hazelton's second selection, and it's also Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. Tom Leach has been really bringing it with his long shots here, so maybe this horse is worth a gamble, at least if you're looking to play that pick 6 or maybe an exacta or a trifecta. Throw this one in underneath, and she's very quick. She looks like the speed of the speed. I think the question is her stamina, but the last time that she did go 2 turns on the dirt, she went wire to wire, and she won that race by 9.5 lengths at Colonial Downs. It was a sloppy sealed track, but she is a fast one, and I think Adam Beschizza is going to say, catch me if you can today. We'll see what happens with that big long shot. As we move along to the number 9, Extremely Gruntled for trainer Kenny McPeak. This horse is actually going to be sold in the Keeneland April sale. She will be offered as HIP 105. And Extremely Gruntled, she comes out of several performances, 3 performances, I should say, at Turfway Park. She's back to the main track today, and she gets that class relief. I think she needs it. I do appreciate the fact that the blinkers go on her today. This just seems like the right spot for her. She just doesn't have a lot of early speed. So Brian Hernandez is going to have to get moving on her a little bit early, because I don't think there's a ton of pace in here, with the exception of the 1. So maybe the pace will come back to her, maybe it won't, but this is definitely the right spot for this filly. And then the 11, Elliptic, is a horse to pay attention to. I actually really liked how she looked on the track today as well. She's getting bet at 5-1. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard for trainer Carlo Vacarezza, and the blinkers go on her today. A couple of equipment changes for several of these horses, and I think the fact of the matter is they just want their horses to be involved, and this filly clearly can't keep up with some of her fellow sprinters that she's been going against in her last 2 races. So I like the pair of moves here, not only putting the blinkers on, but also stretching out to 2 turns. I think she'll be able to get involved early and not have to do so much in the early or the late stages of the race. So the 11 looks well on the track for the connections. Let's see what she can do at 5-1. But the betting public making your favorite, the 7 maturity date, at 2-1. We'll see how it all unfolds. 2 minutes away from race 4 to kick off that pick 6. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race. Start of the pick 6. Moving into line, race 4. Colette's Joy moves into line. Sensible Choice. Here's Songbridge. Extremely Gruntled. Queen Rhaenyra. Elliptic will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. No show from the inside. Extremely Gruntled from the outside is moving quickly to clear that inside traffic. Extremely Gruntled, determined to get to the front as they head for the first turn. Elliptic will move second to the far outside. Guy for the win is third to the inside. Colette's Joy is fourth in between horses. Songbridge outward from the rail is in fifth. Sensible Choice sixth on the outside of that one. No Show is seventh and is joined there by Maturity Date, who's eighth up on the outside and running 7 lengths off the lead. Then a break of 4 more lengths. Back to Miss Harmonic near the back of the pack, along with Queen Rhaenyra and Solvent, who is last, as they make the move off the first turn and up the back stretch. Extremely Gruntled, the leader. Extremely Gruntled leads it by a length. Elliptic second on the outside by 3/4 of a length. Guy for the win. Third by just a neck. Colette's Joy is fourth on her outside, then a gap of 3. Now, Maturity Date has changed lanes down to the inside, picks up 2 positions by doing that, draws within 5 lengths of the lead as they head off the end of the back stretch, and Maturity Date now up to the 5th position, but again, still 5 from the front. And back up front, Elliptic has taken the lead. Extremely Gruntled is now second. 3 lengths separate the top 2 around the turn. Maturity Date has to change lanes again, this time to the outside. Now moves up into third, picks up 2 more spots, still 6 from the front, and the leader's coming to the quarter pole. Elliptic has the lead by 3.5 lengths to the top of the short stretch. Extremely Gruntled is still second by 3, and Maturity Date is running out of time here in third. Sensible Choice is in fourth as they straighten away for home. Elliptic leading by 3. Extremely Gruntled second a length. Then Maturity Date is in third. Sensible Choice in fourth. Guy for the win is fifth. And now Elliptic has to fight off Sensible Choice, Maturity Date, and also Extremely Gruntled. Sensible Choice and Maturity Date come forward together. Photo for the win. Either Sensible Choice or Maturity Date for the top spot.
We have had some very, very close finishes today, and this one is definitely one of them. Take another look at these horses coming down the stretch and pay attention to the 8 horse who's rallying way on the outside with the Orange Silks, and then on the inside, the number 7 horse re-rallies, and these horses match strides just to the finish line. It is very close indeed. We'll take another look at Deep Stretch at the low angle. Who's it going to be, the outside or the inside? I will say it was an impressive re-rally from the 7. The 8 had all the momentum on the outside, and I'm going to let the photo finish decide that one, but it's a difference between a 5-2 favorite and I believe a 29-1 shot on the outside. We'll let the photo finish decide, is it the 7 or the 8?
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 8, Sensible Choice, finished first. Number 7, Maturity Date, was second. Number 9, Extremely Gruntled, third. Number 11, Elliptic, fourth. 8, 7, 9, 11, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, number 8, Sensible Choice. Owned by Richard Nices, trained by Jeffrey Greenhill, Juan Machado, the jockey. Sensible Choice, a 3-year-old filly by Street Sense. Out of Troyes by Bernardini. Bred in Kentucky by Rockridge Thoroughbreds, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 47.02 seconds. Fourth race results official. 8, 7, 9, 11, the official results. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 20 feet today. In race 5, the jockey for the 7, Jefe de Obra, will be Abel Cedillo. Number 7, Jefe de Obra, the jockey, Abel Cedillo. And the jockey for the 12, Salt Spray, Corey Lannery. 12, Salt Spray, the jockey, Corey Lannery.
The $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 has been paying very nicely over the course of the spring meet, and the opportunity presents itself once again in race 5. 5.5 furlongs on the turf course for this first level allowance race, and the 3 Demolition Duke opens up as your 6-5 favorite. And this is the direction I go. This horse just seems to be better sprinting. Even going back to his first career start, he won in debut. He closed from off of it. He won impressively to win on a dirt sprint by 3 lengths. And then his form started to, he went against some really good horses. I mean, he ran in the Grade 3 Lexington against First Mission and Arabian Lion. So I wouldn't say that that was a bad race, but it just doesn't seem like he has that punch in his 2-turn races versus his 1-turn races. So even going back to his most recent event at the fairgrounds, he closed well from off the pace to almost win that event. Unfortunately, he did lose by just a head as the beaten favorite, but the winner of the race was way more forwardly placed, and that's kind of how the race set up. It didn't necessarily set up for him. I think he gets a more favorable pace scenario to close into today. The number 6, Double Clutch for trainer Rusty Arnold. This is a horse who they've kind of tinkered with. They've tried him longer on the turf, and they've tried shortening him up in distance as well. I thought one of his most impressive performances was actually sprinting right here at Keeneland last fall on the 25th of October. He closed from off of it. It was pretty quick fractions, but still he was coming in off of a long layoff. I thought it was a big-time performance. Now we haven't seen him since December. Comes into this race fresh, which I don't mind, and with the turf being firm. And I think he's another one that should get a very honest pace in front of him. Now, if the pace doesn't materialize, as I think it will, the number 7, Jefe de Obra, is definitely a horse that you have to consider. First of all, it's Wesley Ward. We learned our lesson yesterday. It was a very competitive turf race. So many ways to go, and here comes Wesley Ward and Johnny Velazquez winning at odds of maybe 12, 13 to 1. So don't sleep on the 7 Jefe de Obra here. He is very fast. He's been gelded since his last race. If you go back to his last race here at Keeneland, he almost went wire to wire. He went against a decent horse at the allowance level in Judge Davis. He's lightly raced as a 4-year-old, but we know what Wesley can do in these turf sprints. We know what he can do during the spring and fall meetings here at Keeneland, and I think that this horse is going to be forwardly placed today, and whether or not he gets pace pressure is a question. I think the 9, Macville, has some speed. The 10, Clear the Air, has some speed. Even the 12, Salt Spray on the outside, the other one of Wesley Ward's horses, and it also has some speed. So this is a complicated race, but I definitely would consider using the 7 here at 9 to 1, as well as the 12 maybe at 7 to 1. But this race does kick off that Turf Pick 3, as I mentioned. This is the bones of the ticket. Add to it where you want. It's an $18 play. I used the 3, 6, and the 7 here, as those are my top 3 selections. If you're willing to bet a little bit more, I would toss in the 12 at 8 to 1. It's that other Wesley Ward runner. In the 7th race, our allowance race at 1 mile and an 1/8, I did single the number 7 horse in there, Heavenly Appointed. She's my strongest angle of the day. I think the 4 Immensitude in there is definitely a worthy contender. She's going to be a heavy favorite, but I'll take a stab against her this afternoon. And then we get to the 9th and final race. Again, another turf race. 2 turns on the turf for a maiden special weight. Risk Threshold, the number 4, looks very tough in there. A second-time starter for Chad Brown. I mentioned the stats for Chad with his turf starters making their second start. Crazy good stats there. Still a positive ROI, so do take note of the 4 in the final race. And the 2, Munira, is a first-time starter for Brad Cox, who has been having an outstanding meet thus far as well. So I think it's going to be chalky in the nightcap, but you can find prices along the way in the 5th and the 7th race. Good luck if you're playing that Turf Pick 3. It's coming up next in the 5th.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Warrendale, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. A reminder, the jockey for number 7, Jefe de Obra, Abel Cedillo. Abel Cedillo rides number 7, Jefe de Obra. And the jockey for the 12, Salt Spray, Corey Lannery. 12, Salt Spray, Corey Lannery, the jockey. Post time 6 minutes.
here's a tricky one. You bet on the horse $5 and it doubled. Well, how much money would you have? So doubled means you take it and add it twice as much as you had.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the Warrendale. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. Macville goes in. Now Clear the Air. Now That I Can Rock comes forward. Here's Rigel and Grand Tortugan. Double clutch. Salt Spray, the last one, coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. There goes Macville. Salt Spray from the outside. Chaplin toward the inside and Clear the Air comes away running in fourth. Rigel is fifth in between horses. Grand Tortugan sixth up on the far outside. Ransomware moves up a spot from seventh. Double Clutch back toward the outside is eighth. Demolition Duke is in ninth. Jefe de Obra is 10th alongside of that one. Now That I Can Rock is 11th. And Sugar Gray Leonard is last of the 12. There is Salt Spray. Stacks up 3 wide onto the far turn. Moves up center of the course and has the lead by a half length, but Macville is right there toward the inside. Chaplin drops back third. Clear the Air fourth. Grand Tortugan is fifth on the outside. 7 from the lead. Ransomware 9 from the front. Likewise for Double Clutch. Salt Spray has a narrow lead off the turn. Macville is there toward the inside. Then Clear the Air joins them in third up on the outside. Salt Spray and Clear the Air. They go 1-2 into the final furlong, and Clear the Air has the lead now. Double Clutch is running late down the center of the course. Demolition Duke is coming late, still 7 lengths from the lead, and the leader is Clear the Air. Clear the Air with Demolition Duke running on late. Clear the Air, though, is in front, and Clear the Air wins it. Demolition Duke second, and then Salt Spray was third and Double Clutch fourth. The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 10, Clear the Air, finished first. Number 3, Demolition Duke was second. Number 12, Salt Spray, third. Number 6, Double Clutch, fourth. 10-3, 12-6, unofficial. Race 5, results official. 10-3, 12-6, the official results. Into the winner's circle for Race 5, the Warrendale, the official winner, number 10, Clear the Air, owned by Cypress Creek Equine of Kevin Moody, trained by Will Walden, Joel Rosario, the jockey. Clear the Air, a 4-year-old son of Ransom the Moon, out of Marsali by More Than Ready, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. Clear the Air, Keeneland September graduate, gets the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 1.46 seconds. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, the Warrendale Trophy presentation to the connections of Clear the Air. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Today, Keeneland welcomes the Ed Brown Society to the Winter Circle for the second annual Ed Brown Race Day at Keeneland. In this second year of Keeneland's partnership with the Ed Brown Society, the partners are happy to announce Keeneland placements through the Ed Brown Scholars and Fellows Program. Joining us are Chairman Greg Harbett, President Clark Williams, Executive Director Darrell Love, and members of the Ed Brown Society Board, along with Ed Brown Scholars Jada A. Lee, Ariel Bolton, Malka Churchill, and Giovanni Ricardo. Ed Brown Society celebrates the rich history of African Americans in the thoroughbred industry and creates opportunities for young people of color to gain exposure, training, and experience through scholarships, fellowships, and internships that will qualify them to successfully embark upon professional careers in racing. We thank the Ed Brown Society and their members for their vision and commitment to equality in the thoroughbred industry. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. The main track is listed fast, double and pick 3, and start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 2, Lake Superior. Number 2, Lake Superior, scratched. John and Melissa Carter, please report to first aid. John and Melissa Carter, please report to first aid.
It is late pick 4 time here at Keeneland Racecourse. Less than 19 minutes to post for race number 6. This is a race that will be conducted on the Beard course at the about 7 furlong distance. straight 3-year-old maidens, maiden special weight for $100,000, and Dragoon Guard on the outside, 2-5 right now for Juddmont and Brad Cox. This is a colt by Arrogate that we saw 7 months ago make his first start of his career, and he ended up finishing second to Otto the Conqueror at Churchill Downs, and Otto the Conqueror would go on and do some nice things after that, including winning the Springboard Mile at Remington Park. So the follow-up race to that effort, I should say, at Churchill Downs comes here today as he gets the outside draw going 7/8 of a mile. I think the expectations have to be that he'll move forward. We'll see if he can get a little more focus down here in the paddock as we see him getting set for his saddling situation down there. But Dragoon Guard 2-5 right now as it stands right now. It's an extremely short price that you're going to have to accept if you want to back this runner. The number 4 horse, Temecula, for Starlight Racing and Bat Masterson, is a colt by Spitestown. Now, he was beaten by Mr. Skylight, who put together a very good effort last time out and looks to be a very good horse moving forward. This is a colt that chased him around there, ended up finishing 6th from an outside draw, but Brendan Walsh, second time out, the way that the Brendan horses are running, even when they are not winning, they're running well, like we saw in race number 5 with the favorite on the turf course, Temecula, coming out of that tough race, coming out of that live race. I think you've got to respect him quite a bit here today in this 6th event, especially at that number of 8-1. And then the number 1 horse, Rock and Roll Bolt. This is Gabby's top play, my third choice. Jose Camejo brings this horse back for a second time this meet. He was in that Jefferson Street maiden special weight event back on the 11th of April, just 10 days ago. He ended up finishing 3rd after setting the pace. We thought he'd be the only one to be able to beat Jefferson Street that day, and now he finds himself, after defeating Jefferson Street, in a situation where he's got to face another potential monster in Dragoon Guard. So you got to tip the cap to Jose Camejo and these connections for coming back again into a race like this at Keeneland. But he's got speed down on the inside. He's got a fast main track to work with today. And Jose Camejo, he's 10% as far as a win percentage over the last couple of years, but in sprint races, 19%. Sprinting is the game for this barn, according to the situational stats. Watch out for Rock and Roll Bolt at odds of 9-2. The late pick 4 begins here. Let's take a look at the ticket that we offered for you on today at Keeneland. I'll go 4-7 to start things off. Temecula and Dragoon Guard. The number 7 race, I should say, race number 7. I'll go 4, 6, and 10 in that event, led by Canisi for Christophe Clement, a mare that I think can get loose on the front end, going 1 1/8, but also Immensitude has to be respected. Number 4 horse in race number 7. Race 8, I am looking for coverage in that sprint race. Second level allowance condition, Ludwig will get plenty of attention and should. Higher Standard, the 3, the number 5 horse, Safa's Day for David Jacobson, as Jacobson looks for another win today on this card. Powerful for Asmussen. And then the number 9 horse, Champlin, who's undefeated in 2 starts. And then it comes down to race number 9 for me, the 4 horse, Risk Threshold. My strongest opinion of these last 4 races. I'm not saying it's a guarantee. There's no guarantees in this sport or any sport for that matter. But I think that filly takes a big leap forward today in start 2 of her career, staying true to the Chad Brown pattern of horses, getting a race under the belt, coming up here to Keeneland, and then moving forward even further. $15 ticket. Good luck in the late pick 4. 15 minutes to get those wagers in as we approach race number 6 here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Green Lantern, maiden special weight for 3-year-olds, beard course about 7 furlongs. Track is fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 2, Lake Superior. Number 2, Lake Superior scratched. Post time at 8 minutes.
We're looking at the 3-horse term for Claiborne Farm. Adele Dilschneider, a colt by Medaglia d'Oro from a Blame First Dam, who debuted on the synthetic, didn't break much on debut from an inside post. Gets that same post here today, but if he can learn something from that and be a little sharper away from the starting gate, he's a good-looking colt. And we've seen a lot of horses come out of that same March 23rd race at Turfway Park, where he ended up finishing 6th. And he got played that day. He was live on the board, just shy of 4-1. And moving over to the dirt course could wake him up. I like the looks of the 3-horse term for Tom Drury Jr., who's had a productive meet here at Keeneland during this springtime. But Dragoon Guard, the heavy favorite, 3-5 on the board coming to this race off the 7-month layoff, warming up under Florent Giroux, well-bred son of Arrogate, out of that stakes-winning First Dam Falimbi for Juddmonte. Good luck. Start of the late pick 4 begins here in race 6. The pool over $223,000 with less than 6 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Green Lantern. Start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 6. Rock and Roll Bolt comes forward. Term. Now Temecula. Sesame Streak. Now Map to the Stars. Dragoon Guard, the last one. Last one going in. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Rock and Roll Bolt from the inside. Dragoon Guard is right there from the outside of the opening strides. Dragoon Guard moves up on the outside now and puts a head in front, off the chute and up the backstretch, and leads it now by a neck. Rock and Roll Bolt is there to the inside, though, and now Rock and Roll Bolt takes the lead. Rock and Roll Bolt leads it by 3/4 of a length. Dragoon Guard backs away into second, then a gap of 3 lengths back to Sesame Streak, who's third a length. Map to the Stars is fourth, then a gap of just over 3 lengths more back to Term as they enter the far turn, and Temecula, the distant trailer, opening quarter 23.07 seconds. Lead battle continues. Dragoon Guard from the outside. Rock and Roll Bolt from the inside. Rock and Roll Bolt leads it by just ahead. Dragoon Guard is second. Then a gap of 4 more lengths to Sesame Streak, who is third by 2. Map to the Stars hugs the rail in fourth. And a gap of 6 more lengths back of that one to Term as they come off the far turn, just over a quarter mile to go. Rock and Roll Bolt, Dragoon Guard continue their battle for the lead. A gap of 5 more lengths back to Sesame Streak. Map to the Stars. And then Term coming to the final furlong. Dragoon Guard has the lead, has it by a length and a half, 2 lengths now, as he works his way through the lane. And then comes Rock and Roll Bolt, followed by Term, who's now up to challenge for second. 16th to go, though. Dragoon Guard in front by 5 lengths. Dragoon Guard to give Juddmonte their second winner of the card. Dragoon Guard wins it for Florent Giroux. Term was second, Rock and Roll Bolt was third, and Map to the Stars was fourth.
His mind was on running. He broke with the speed, and he just kicked on easily. Dragoon Guard, colt by Arrogate, out of that brilliant race filly, Falimbi for Juddmonte Farm. A powerhouse performance here at odds of 3-2, going the about 7 furlongs in 1:27 and 1. And it looks like a horse that has a lot of promise moving forward once they ask him to go a bit further. A dominating win for Dragoon Guard as the heavy favorite.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race, number 7, Dragoon Guard, finished first. Number 3, Term, was second. Number 1, Rock and Roll Bolt, was third. Number 6, Map to the Stars, fourth. 7-3-1-6, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Green Lantern. Number 7, Dragoon Guard. 2 wins today for Juddmonte as owner and as breeder. Juddmonte, Fahad bin Khalid. Brad Cox, the trainer, and Florent Giroux, the jockey. The winner, bred in Kentucky, a 3-year-old son of Arrogate, Dragoon Guard, out of Falimbi by Mizzenmast. Results are official for race 6, 7-3-1-6. Those results are official. Beard course, about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 27.39 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Green Lantern Trophy presentation to the connections of Dragoon Guard. Keeneland's 7th and featured race upcoming. The turf is listed firm and the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3. Scratch the 5, Queen of Missoula, and scratch the 9, Tick, 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 Boom. A reminder, the jockey for number 1, Valentina Day, Tyler Gaffalione. That's the 1, Valentina Day, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione.
Race number 7, our featured event this Sunday here at Keeneland Racecourse. Not more than a 3 other than allowance race, 1 1/8 on the firm ground on the turf course here today. Go ahead and scratch the number 5 and the 9. The number 10 horse, Keeneland, is the filly, the mare rather, that I will go with as my top selection, leaning on her speed with Joel Rosario in the saddle. She has shown the ability to get this distance. She's run 6 times at 1 1/8, 2 wins and a 3rd place finish. In most of those efforts, she has found herself out on the front end, and I think she's going to do so again here this afternoon. I think she's a danger in here. She comes off of a race at Gulfstream Park going a shorter distance with a very quick pace on the synthetic. This is more to her style, more to her distance here today, and getting that race under her belt off of a layoff, and now second off of a layoff is a strong angle with this currently 5-1 shot. Keeneland, my top play, the number 10 here in our featured 7th race. Underneath, I'll go to the number 4 horse that is Immensitude for Bill Mott and Wathnan Racing, a filly that comes over from France, has not been seen in 7 months since races at Chantilly and Deauville, and was a winner in her most recent start. This is her U.S. debut. Her last out at Chantilly in France, she was a winner by 3 lengths. And glad to see that they found this longer distance race for her, because that's what she's accustomed to. And she did run well going a mile 2 starts back for what it's worth. But I'm very surprised to see her at 4-1 right now on the board. I figured that she would be the favorite in here for Wathnan Racing and trainer Bill Mott. But nonetheless, the U.S. debut gets underway here in less than 17 minutes. We'll see what she has in store for her American competition here this afternoon. And then watch this birdie, the number 6 horse for Ignacio Correas. She was a big price, a middle price, I guess you would say, at 15-1 in the Benson Memorial in her last race at Fairgrounds. But she's run well in the past here at Keeneland. She's consistently closed in her races when she's live in those races and being promoted as far as a live runner based on the odds. And that's the case here again today. She's 7-2 on the board. And Jose Ortiz, who is having such a good meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, is going to be in the saddle of this Astern filly and Keeneland September sale grad. She's live on the board, 7-2. That's Watch This Birdie.
This is certainly a competitive allowance race on the turf, but I think Heavenly Appointed comes into this race today off of the best form of her life. When you look at her 3-year-old season last year, it was okay. It took her a long time to get going, but she finally figured it out in her last start of her 3-year-old season at Tampa Bay Downs. She came back to win impressively against Allowance Company and then continued the win streak with a 2 other than allowance victory last time out at Tampa Bay Downs. Some people might look at those races and think, oh, well, what did she beat in that? Well, I don't think it necessarily matters. When you beat a field on the turf by over 3 lengths, you are dominating against that group. And I think she can take that class and that momentum back to the turf here at Keeneland today. I also think partly the reason why she has totally turned a corner is she just looks like an improving filly at the age of 4. But on top of that, the blinkers seem to have really changed her. She put the blinkers on for that maiden score 3 starts back, and she has been undefeated with that equipment change. So the 7 Heavenly Appointed, I'm hoping she can make it 4 in a row.
And for the time being, Gabby, the majority feel that she will make it 4 in a row, as she is the 2-1 favorite right now. One of the benefits that this filly has as far as the way that she's able to run and close, she can close into quick paces, and she's shown the ability to close into slow paces. And obviously, as we know, this is a step up in competition into this 3rd level allowance condition. 2-1 right now on Heavenly Appointed. Race number 7, our featured event, starts the late pick 3 here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the 4-star. An allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up, 1 1/8 on the firm turf, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch number 5, Queen of Missoula. Also scratch the 9, Tick, 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 Boom. A reminder, the jockey for the 1, Valentina Day, Tyler Gaffalione. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey for the 1, Valentina Day. Post time in 5 minutes.
Top to bottom, a very good-looking group of fillies and mares here in our featured 7th event. The number 3 horse, Blissful, getting a closer look at this Empire Maker mare. She looks phenomenal. She comes off of a win going 1 1/16. And there's a big possibility that this filly moves forward going 1 1/8, considering how far she's come out of it in those shorter distance races. She's been the favorite in her last 3 races. She's 11-1 right now on the board. Just speaking to the depth of this group, watch out for Blissful at a price of 11-1. And then the same with the number 8 horse, who is a shorter price than 11-1, but she's 8-1, girl named Charlie, for Lindsay Schultz and Florent Giroux. She's a filly that can show some speed. She might give Canisi a run for it going into that first turn. And she is one of those middle-priced horses at 8-1. A phenomenal betting race. The 7 still the favorite, Hemedly Appointed. We've seen the price come down on the full horse, Immensitude for Wathnan Racing and Bill Mott. Less than 2 minutes to get those wagers in, and the final pick 3 opportunity comes up here in race number 7 for this Sunday card. Good luck.
horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the 4-Star. Moving into line, race 7. Blissful comes forward and now Heavenly Appointed. Immensitude goes in. Girl named Charlie. Kanisi will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Girl named Charlie from the center of the course comes forward for the lead. Blissful is there to the inside. Immensitude backs away from between that pair. Then Kanisi moves up on her outside as they head for the first turn. It's Blissful with the lead now. Blissful moves up the rail, leads it by a length. Girl named Charlie is second. Kanisi is third on the outside by a neck. Immensitude fourth to her inside. Then a gap of 2 lengths. Heavenly Appointed is in the 5th position. Flatter Me Silly is 6th and hugs the rail around the first turn. Watch This Birdie 7th on her outside. And then 2 more lengths back to Valentina Day. Last of the 8, opening quarter, 23.36 seconds. Onto the backstretch. Blissful is the leader and opens up by 3 lengths. Blissful shows the way. Girl named Charlie is second by a length and a half. Kanisi third by a half length. Immensitude is fourth to her inside. Another length and a half to Heavenly Appointed toward the center of the pack in 5th. Watch This Birdie is 6th on the outside ahead. And then Flatter Me Silly and Valentina Day at the back. 47.35 seconds for the first half mile. Blissful the leader. Blissful leads it by 2.5 lengths to the far turn. Girl named Charlie second by a length and a half. Kanisi third ahead. Immensitude is fourth toward her inside, midway on the far turn. Heavenly Appointed still toward the inside and still running 6 from the front. Watch This Birdie angles wide to the top of the stretch, also with 6 to make up. Blissful the leader, quarter mile to go. Girl named Charlie, then Immensitude toward the inside. Kanisi, Heavenly Appointed down toward the rail and in behind horses. Blissful, Girl named Charlie, and now Immensitude looking for some running room. Has to change lanes to the outside, goes to third, and then Heavenly Appointed fourth, and Girl named Charlie has a narrow lead from Blissful. Immensitude is third. Girl named Charlie in front for Florent Giroux. Girl named Charlie wins it, taking the feature. Blissful was home second, Immensitude third, and Heavenly Appointed fourth.
She sat second off of a pretty quick pace for the distance here this afternoon in the feature, Girl Named Charlie, and she's able to capitalize with that position that she had with a strong finish here in race number 7. She was bet down to 6-1, took some late action. Congratulations to Lindsay Schultz and owners Jeffrey Lambert and Jerry Karoom, and Florent Giroux with a win here in the featured event. Girl Named Charlie, the Keeneland September sale grad, picks up win number 4 of her career and her first here at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 7th race. Number 8, Girl Named Charlie, finished first. Number 3, Blissful, was second. Number 4, Immensitude, third. Number 7, Heavenly Appointed, was fourth. 8-3-4-7 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the 4-star. And now the official winner, number 8, Girl Named Charlie. Owned by Jerry Karoom and Jeffrey Lambert, trained by Lindsay Schultz. Back-to-back wins on the card for jockey Florent Giroux. Girl Named Charlie, 4-year-old filly by McLean's Music out of Dynarama by Dynaformer, bred in Kentucky by Don Alberto Corporation. Keeneland September graduate Girl Named Charlie, 9 furlongs over the firm turf today, 1 minute 46.91 seconds. And again, the results official, 8-3-4-7, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the featured 4-star to the connections of Girl Named Charlie. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, main track listed fast. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 11, Bushido. Scratch number 11, Bushido.
Race number 8 starts the late daily double with that reduced takeout down to 15%. As we've said many times before, simply put, it means the doubles here at Keeneland are paying more. So get involved in the late daily double, final daily double of the afternoon. This is a second level allowance optional claiming event. 6 furlongs the distance. Ludwig, the number 1 horse for Phil Bauer, and Rigney Racing is a son of Mastery who won his last 2 races. They came at Saratoga. When he found some speed that day, was able to clear those fields and be involved in a duel throughout his last race at the Spa on the 2nd of September. Now, this is a gelding. If you just look at his career, on debut, he debuted going long. Since they shortened him up, and he's done nothing but sprint in his last 6 races. He's run a good race every single time outside of the race on Derby weekend back in 2022 when he faced Strobe, a very nice horse of Godolphin's, and also a horse by the name of Elite Power in a maiden race. And Elite Power would become a 2-time Breeders' Cup sprint winner, 2-time sprint champion. So you've got to really respect the competition on that that only bad race of his career period, and the way that he's moved forward since then. So Ludwig down on the inside, he needs to go from that inside post position, and he's got that gate speed based on his last 2 races and some quick workouts over at Churchill Downs. He's 3-1 on the board right now for Rigney Racing and trainer Phil Bauer. The number 5 horse, Safa's Day, for David Jacobson, the current 9-5 favorite from a 9-2 line. He's a 7-time winner. He's 0 for 2 here at Keeneland Racecourse in his career. David Jacobson took the opener with a favorite. He's got another favorite, at least for the time being, here this afternoon. He does have a better post than the 1. I think that's safe to say. In any sprint race, you'd rather not be down on the inside. But he, too, has run against some good company over the course of his recent races, including Disarmed a couple starts back at Aqueduct in that second-level allowance race, which was also a race that featured a very nice runner in Cowan. He came out of that, was able to win. You got to respect him. You are, as he is in for the $80,000 tag today, having already cleared this non-more as a 2 condition back on the 5th of April, and he has those recent races under his belt, which has to be viewed as a benefit versus the number 1 horse, Ludwig, who's coming off of the 7-month layoff. And then the number 7 horse will head to Powerful for Steve Asmussen at Cortland Farms, 13-1 on the board. He is a horse that has shown some talent over the course of his career, and especially in his sprint races. He's routed several times in the span of his 9-race career, but he's been back to sprinting this winter down at Fairgrounds and finished 2nd and 3rd in both of those starts, beaten by a horse named Gun Pilot 2 starts ago in the mud. Don't be surprised if he's able to take a move forward here today versus this group, especially at that number. That is a big price on a horse that has a more ability than what the tote board is telling you. And this is what you get, as we say here at Keeneland Racecourse, horses that have very, very good form that are prices like this because of the depth of the field. So Powerful at 13-1 is very intriguing with less than 15 minutes to post. Good luck in race number 8. Good luck in the late daily double here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Foxtail Allowance Optional Claiming Race, for a price of $80,000. 4-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratched the 11, Bushido. Number 11, Bushido, scratched. Also, contrary to the program, the ownership of the 6 SWOT Analysis West Point Thoroughbreds of Terry Finley, the owner of the 6 SWOT Analysis. Post time coming up in 8 minutes.
There's a look at the 3-horse Higher Standard, whose number just came down to 9-1 on the tote board. This is a son of Into Mischief, who came back off of a layoff to win his last race against $75,000 claiming company at Oaklawn Park. We talked about how some of these runners in here have kept very high level competition, including Ludwig, the number 1 horse, and the number 7 horse Powerful for Steve Asmussen. Same can be said for Higher Standard. He ran against Strobe. He ran against Elite Power, Sibelius, Nakatomi, no balls at points in his last couple of seasons of racing. He dipped down, maybe got some confidence from that last race at Oaklawn Park, and now back up against higher level competition. He's definitely live. He comes off of a very good race in that win at Oaklawn Park in the mud. You've got to respect him. He's 9-1 on the board right now out of the William Cowan's barn, son of Into Mischief, Higher Standard. We're less than 5 minutes away from this 8th race and the final opportunity to play a double here at Keeneland. Late double gets underway here in race 8.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Foxtail. Moving into line, race 8. Midnight Escape moves into the gate and now Ready to Pounce comes forward, moves in. Safa's Day and Champlin. Lofty Adjudicator. Insolito, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Insolito broke alertly from the outside. Champlin has speed. SWOT analysis. Ludwig is right there. A close-up fourth down toward the inside. Safa's Day comes away in 5th behind that front foursome. And then Midnight Escape is 6th in between horses. Powerful 7th to the inside. Lofty Adjudicator is 8th up on the outside. A gap of 3 more lengths to Baytown Bear, who's in 9th. Higher Standard is in 10th position. Ready to Pounce is last of 11. The opening quarter, 21.68 seconds. Insolito from the outside has the lead and has it by a length around the turn. Champlin second to the inside. SWOT analysis is third. Still running 3 lengths from the front, though, as they come off the far turn to the top of the stretch. And they turn for home. Safa's Day is in 4th. Center of the track, still 5 from the front. Insolito, Champlin, SWOT analysis, Safa's Day, Midnight Escape is in 5th. These 5 into the final furlong. Ludwig is still in 6th position. SWOT analysis has a narrow lead. Safa's Day is right there. Safa's Day striding forward. Late run from Lofty Adjudicator. Safa's Day wins it. Lofty Adjudicator came running late between horses to grab second.
Training double for David Jacobson, and once again with Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle, it was a test of who wanted most. There were full horses right there, all with an opportunity to take race number 8, and this 6-year-old gelding by Carpe Diem coming into this race off of a win up in New York, wanted it by far the most. Digging down, finding his best strides here late. Good rally in for second. The number 10 horse in between horses, Lofty Adjudicator, but no beating Safa's Day for David Jacobson.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 5, Safa's Day, was first. Number 10, Lofty Adjudicator, second. Number 6, SWOT Analysis, third. Number 8, Midnight Escape, fourth. 5, 10, 6, 8, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Foxtail, number 5, Safa's Day. 2 wins today for the owner-trainer-jockey combination. David Jacobson, owner-trainer, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. 3 wins total for Irad Ortiz Jr. The results are now official. Safa's Day, a 6-year-old gelded son of Carpe Diem, out of Chateau Lafitte by King of Kings, bred in Kentucky by SF Bloodstock LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.01 seconds. Results are official for the 8th race. 5-10-6-8 official. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Foxtail to the connections of Safa's Day. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. The turf is firm. The rail at 20 feet. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,895. Scratch number 1, Day Dawning. Also scratch the 5, Mo Divine. Also scratch the 10, Dona Witch. The 11, Miss Lovey Dovey. The 12, Title Tactics. And also scratch the 13, My Sexy Blonde. Several jockey changes. They include number 6, Lipochrome, the jockey Axel Concepcion. That's the 6 Lipochrome, the jockey Axel Concepcion. Number 8, Sister Honey, the jockey is Luan Machado. 8, Sister Honey, the jockey Luan Machado, the weight is +1. Number 9, I'm a Cookie Lover, the jockey Mitchell Merle. Number 9, I'm a Cookie Lover, the jockey Mitchell Merle. 14, Cocoa Crush draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 14, Cocoa Crush, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 15, Stay Lost draws in. Abel Escano to ride as programmed. 16, Why Waste Words draws in. Joe Talamo to ride as programmed.
It is Toyota Super High Five carryover time here in the nightcap. Over $11,000, $11,895 to be exact, carried from yesterday's nightcap into this race and into this Toyota Super High Five pool. And we're going to go with the number 4 horse Risk Threshold on top. 3-5 right now for the Klarovich Stables and Chad Brown, a well-bred filly. She's by DeBowie out of the stakes winner by the name of Priceless, who won the Group 2 Temple Stakes at Haydock during her racing career. This pattern is, it seems, a tried and true pattern when handicapping these races at Keeneland this spring for the Chad Brown barn and many other barns for that matter. Getting a race under their belt earlier in the winter, solid race, and be primed and ready to go for Keeneland. And this filly ran third on debut, breaking from post 1. She didn't break well, and she ended up still finishing third with a rally. She's 3-5 on the board right now. Big promise as far as the connections, the pedigree, and obviously that debut effort. 3-5 may be too short for some, but if she can improve, she'll be very, very tough in this event. The number 3 horse Hampton Yard, I was drawn to this filly for the amount of money in which BBN Racing purchased this Uncle Mo filly for. She was a $450,000 Keeneland September yearling back in 2022. She comes from a tap at First Dam, trained by Vicky Oliver, training between Payson and here at Keeneland, has stepped up her workout since arriving to Keeneland on the dirt, albeit, but she debuts going long here today. And Vicky Oliver, good in these turf situations. In fact, overall, looking at turf runners versus overall numbers as far as a win percentage, better with turf runners. So Hampton Yard at 16-1 right now, I think worth taking a shot here in the nightcap. And then Munira, the number 2 horse for Brad Cox and Shadwell Stable. This is a filly that spent a good chunk of time down at Fairgrounds, came north, went to Horseshoe Indianapolis, worked there 3 times, but they opt to debut this filly here today at Keeneland. I think it's got to be viewed as a positive with Horseshoe Indianapolis currently racing right now. Options there, but seeing fit to bring her down here to Keeneland Racecourse. Say watch out for Manira as she is 7-1 on the tote board right now. Toyota Super High Five time, nearly $12,000 carrying from yesterday. Best of luck in this nightcap.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's ninth and final race, the Woods Edge. Maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile over the turf, listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,895. Scratch the 1, Day Dawning. Also scratch the 5, Mo Divine. Also scratch the 10, Dona Witch, the 11, Miss Lovey-Dovey, the 12, Title Tactics, and scratch the 13, My Sexy Blonde. Jockey changes include the 6, Lipochrome. Axel Concepcion rides the 6. Number 8, Sister Honey, Luan Machado. Luan Machado, the weight +1. Number 9, I'm a Cookie Lover, the jockey Mitchell Merle. Mitchell Merle rides the 9. Reminder 14, Coco Crush draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 15, Stay Lost draws in. 16, Why Waste Words also draws in. Abel Escano and Joe Talamo to ride respectively as programmed. Post time at 6 minutes.
Here's the 7-horse Semantics, a filly by Broken Vow for Newtown and her stud, and Robbie Medina. I was drawn to this filly by the way she was acting down in the paddock. Full of energy, and she's feeling that way out in her warm-up. And she's live on the board as well. 6-1 on the board. Second start here in the U.S. after starting off her career and running 10 times over in Ireland. She ran all right on the synthetic last time out, finishing second to Cat Mint, a filly that I think has some quality to her. So Semantics live on the board, looking good, feeling good in her warm-up here. Want to keep an eye on, especially with Luis Saez in the saddle. A couple of horses in this race drawing off the also eligible. We've got a 14, 15, and 16 runner in here drawing in off the also eligible. And as we go to Coco Crush, the number's 14 horse, a daughter of Warfront for the Hyder family stables, a homebred for the Hyder family, a daughter of Warfront out of a More Than Ready First Dam, who nearly was a Grade 1 winner during her racing career and is a stakes winner. The idea in bringing here to the United States is looking for firmer ground, and she's getting that here today. She got soft and yielding ground in Ireland, not to her liking. She's going to get some faster ground here to work with, obviously. So Coco Crush with Irad in the saddle certainly looks to be live versus this group here today in her U.S. debut, well-bred daughter of Warfront. But 4-5 on the favorite. That is Risk Threshold. She looked good down in the paddock as well. She had some solid energy for the Klarovich stables and Chad Brown. Competitive race to close things out in the nightcap. Don't forget about that Toyota Super High 5 carryover from yesterday. Nearly $12,000 carrying. Get involved in the nightcap here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Woods Edge. Moving into line for the 9th race. Stay Lost moves into line. Hampton Yard comes forward. Here is Risk Threshold. Lipochrome goes in. Semantics. Why waste words? The last one coming forward. Goes in at the post. And they're off. There goes Risk Threshold. Risk Threshold right out for the early lead. I'm a Cookie Lover and Lipochrome right there as well, joined by Cocoa Crush up to the far outside. Risk Threshold is the early leader, though. Risk Threshold moves over to the rail, clears the inside traffic, and leads it by a length and a half against the rail midway on the first turn. I'm a Cookie Lover goes second by ahead. Lipochrome third to the inside. Cocoa Crush is fourth, stays outward from the rail around the first turn and on to the backstretch. Semantics is in fifth to her inside. Sister Honey is sixth, Manera seventh, Hampton Yard is eighth, Between Horses Stay Lost to wide ninth, and Why Waste Words is last of the 10. Opening quarter, 22.8 seconds. Risk Threshold, the leader, by 2 lengths as they head for the far turn now off the end of the backstretch. Lipochrome is second, a half length. I'm a Cookie Lover third up on the outside. Semantics fourth toward the inside, a half length. Cocoa Crush comes next. Then Manera, Sister Honey, who's 3 wide to the far turn. Hampton Yard, Why Waste Words, and Stay Lost at the back. 47.14 seconds for the first half mile. Risk Threshold is the leader. Opens up on a 4-length lead now as they come off the far turn. Cocoa Crush moves up outside of Lipochrome to challenge for second, then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Semantics. I'm a Cookie Lover. Sister Honey still wide, still some 10 lengths from the lead. Risk Threshold chased by Cocoa Crush. They're 1-2. There's 2.5 lengths between them. They're in the final furlong. Lipochrome third, Semantics fourth. Stay Lost is fifth on the grandstand side. Risk Threshold chased by Cocoa Crush, and Risk Threshold and Cocoa Crush and Stay Lost to third. Cocoa Crush winning it to give Irad Ortiz Jr. 4 wins on the day.
She came here for faster ground, and she loved it. That is Coco Crush for the Hyder family stables, the well-bred daughter of Warfront, able to run down the favorite, who was quick early, settled down in that second quarter, thought she was going to have a little bit more finish, and to be fair, she did run a big race late in this effort. Not a disappointing run from the favorite, just simply outrun by the 14 Coco Crush, and Irad having himself a day on this Sunday here at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race. Number 14, Coco Crush, finished first. Number 4, Risk Threshold, was second. Number 15, Stay Lost, was third. Number 6, Lipochrome, fourth. Number 7, Semantics, fifth. 14, 4, 15, 6, 7, unofficial. Results of race 9 official. 14, 4, 15, 6, 7. The official results, Keeneland's ninth race. Into the winner's circle for race 9, the Woods Edge, the official winner. Number 14, Coco Crush, owned by the Hyder Family Stables, LLC of Scott Hyder, trained by Brendan Walsh. 4 wins today for Irad Ortiz Jr., who goes back-to-back to close the card. Coco Crush, a 4-year-old filly by Warfront out of Lady Alexandra by More Than Ready. The winning filly bred in Kentucky by Hyder Family Stables. 1 mile over the firm turf, 1 minute 35.95 seconds. In the pick 6, consolation 5 of 6 today. There's a carryover. It'll pay on 5 of 6 today, and there's a carryover for tomorrow's card, or I should say Wednesday's card, $56,440. $56,000 plus. That'll be the carryover as the pick 6 today pays on 5 of 6, and a carryover of $56,000 plus for Wednesday's program at 1 p.m. Eastern. Late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for Wednesday for the Super High 5. Trophy presentation upcoming. In the winner's circle, the trophy for the Woods Edge being presented to the connections of Coco Crush. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. Post time Wednesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.